How's everybody doing? You guys hear me okay? Hello, Sirenth. Siras? Steinras? Wolf. Classic EverQuest. The notorious one. How you guys doing? Been a bit. I forgot to do the Friday stream last week. I think it was the stress or the playtest was happening, and I was in the middle of a bunch of work, and then this week I just forgot about it. So I've fallen off the boat almost entirely at this point. But yeah, figured I'd do some stuff today basically. So it's not quite class symbol stuff, but we'll still M&M stuff. So we'll see how that goes. And I got the AC running. It's kind of a warm day today, so I don't know if you hear that or not, but that's what's going on. So today we are going through the Gnome, trying to finalize the Gnome model in UVs. There's been a couple model edits to him, and then a bunch of obviously UV changes. I hesitate to call them changes, really. It's like I mean, the head and stuff kind of changed a bunch, but for the body and everything, it's going to be the same as everything else needs to be. But let me blend this thing. Get all set up here. Obviously a bunch of stretching happening here on the booty. How's everyone else doing? How's your week been, everybody? Let's see what we can do with this. Check all this stuff is straight, so all these things should be straight. Week has been okay. Hey, Justin Beard. Good. Fish. What's this one doing? Glad to pay my bills. Yeah, man. Important. This must be like this, right? Or we were looking at this. Hey, White Bandit, thanks for the Prime sub there. And my stuff is going. I need to. Yeah, my stuff's a little bogus right now. I'm in the process of figure that whole thing out. Get it sorted shortly, hopefully. Got the Eminem sweats from withdrawal. No. But otherwise fine. Yeah, everyone's got that after this week's test. It's a good sign, I suppose, that we're doing something right. Good to see all the positivity about the game and everything. It's this one that's good. Row is supposed to be. I straightened all the. I didn't. Pretty good as is, though. My main EQ server came back after being down for 6 weeks, and during that time I played 2 Eminem alpha tests. Not gonna lie, finding it hard to get my EQ motivation back. Is that you were playing on Quorum, I assume? Is that just came back up, right? Watching Primus play some of that. Actually, I was a little bit tempted to jump in on some of that actually. But I ain't got the time really. Commit to Quorum adventures. Hey, Sneers. I usually lean towards Zukan for online stuff. Hey, Black Rose. So weird seeing armor made like this. I mean, hey, yeah, Gnome's got to wear that full chain, right? You can give them a chain sock and they'll fit in the whole thing like this. Bills are paid. Making cheese steaks subs tonight. That sounds good. I don't know if I told you guys, but I've been on a bit of a grilled cheese making binge. I set out on a quest to make the best grilled cheese I could. I've been making those occasionally. Eating on Red Baron pizzas. You know, when you put it like that, I mean, sometimes you just like you're not in a mood to eat an entire pizza, man. It's more of a like a craftsman thing too, right? Like, because the Red Baron, it's all made, you just pop it in there, but like real cheese, you gotta assemble it yourself, you gotta time it properly, Gotta flip it over. Pay attention to the time so you don't burn it. The whole very intimate. Gonna make love to the cheese. Grilled cheese pizza. Maybe I'll try that one next. I'll get 2 slices of bread and I'll put a Red Baron pizza in between them. See how it goes. I think it's gonna be a real challenge to flip that bad boy though. I'm telling you right now. A small pan, so. It says had just gotten back to town with a bunch of coal and was ready to convert it to steel, but the servers went down. Had a damn good time playing. That's good. Yeah, Quorum. I have still been logging in and playing. I guess I got to the M&M sweats too. M&M sweats, that's our new thing. It's like the meat sweats, the campfire sweats. What's going on here, friend? Triangle. What can I do? Oh man. Can't do anything to help that, I don't think. Pull this down a little bit more. What are you looking at here in terms of adjustments and alignments? So this is I assume folks who are regulars and have stopped by ZBrush's many streams lately, and he's talked about what we've been doing on the character side as of late. And so what I'm doing right now is I'm going through the UVs, and we're just like doing a final pass on the UVs for all the characters, so that the armor, like all the UVs are laid out exactly how we want them for everyone, and we can kind of check that box off as done. Done. We've done many iterations of the UVs over the years as we've like learned new things or made adjustments to things, and so it's necessitated going back on this stuff and adjusting things and trying different things. But we're at a point now where we've done those, we've tried those things, and we need to pick a lane and stick to that lane. So that's what we're doing. We're picking the lane and committing to it. So what that means is we need to go through all the races again and adjust them all so they adhere to that, you know. So if that makes sense. So in terms of what I'm doing specifically on this is the Gnome male. It's just pretty standard, going through the UVs and for the body and stuff, because that all is pretty set in stone at this point. But I have a little bit more wiggle room with the face. I'm noodling on his face a bit. Right now. So his stuff looks a little weird right now because I modified the head. I did it like in tandem with like this UV stuff. It's also been like a little bit of like model cleanup and stuff too. Just straightening edges and cleaning up some weird stuff about the models and those sorts of things. And so one thing that was always kind of sitting weird with me for the gnomes was the shape of his chin was like really big. So here's an old version. Here's an old version of his chin and his face. It's like he's got a really big and really wide chin, like he's got some medical problem. And so I was like, hey man, I was talking to Goblin and Zach about this. I was like, can we do something about this? Like, is there anything we can do that would look a little bit better? So we talked about just kind of pulling it in a little bit. I'm gonna shoot for something a little bit just kind of tuck in like the edges of it a little bit more, so he's a little bit nicer. So that's what I'm shooting for with the addition, the changes there. And we're gonna make his nose a little bit more, bring his nose down a little bit too. So just some like cosmetic surgery basically. So that's kind of what's going on. And because of the changes I've done already, the texture that's on his face is not, it doesn't sit right on his face anymore. So that's why he looks absolutely insane right now. But this will get adjusted, obviously. This is not final version of that. But you can ignore the texture right now on him. And actually I could pick a different texture so people don't freak out. Sounds innovative. Yes. Black Rose says, I just need another hour of grinding. I swear an hour and I will be able to hold out till September. Rico, I'll just call you Rake because I'm terrible at names. I apologize in advance. Had so much fun during the test. Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad you had fun. Thank you for coming and trying out the game. I appreciate everybody who was able to make it out and those that wanted to but weren't able to as well. We'll have more tests and things. Sneers, thank you for the sub. Let's play, thank you for the follow that I didn't hear the alert for. My alerts are being kind of flaky right now. Rogaroo, how's it going? Hey Katie, how you doing? What meal are you preparing that requires zucchinis? Are you making we were talking about making a grilled Red Baron pizza sandwich a second ago. Is that perhaps what you're adding zucchinis to? This model was one of the first characters models, right? Giga Chat. Yeah, so the gnome, the gnome model, this is part of why he's so wonky, I think, because the human, the ogre, and the gnome were like the first kind of three models that we made, because we wanted to get like the three kind of extremes for scaling reasons. So we obviously had the human. You need the human, right? And then it's like, okay, the smallest character probably going to be the gnome. Make that so we can like build buildings and tunnels and things, and get a feel for scale first, like scale against a gnome. And then the same with the ogre. And I think the ogre has gone through several changes, and he's landed in a good spot. And I feel like the ogre model is pretty solid. It's been built pretty well. I think I probably spent a bunch of time on it. But the gnomes didn't get that kind of care. Oftentimes, they were just like, they're good enough. You know what I mean? So now they're getting a little bit more attention to them. So yeah, I'm just kind of going through and seeing what I can do. There's obviously, I mean, I don't know if it's obvious actually, but there's always going to be problems that we can't fix, because due to the nature of the system that we have, so that all the races can wear the same armor, there's just inherent trade-offs with that. Things way off. Part of the problem as well with like these short guys is that by nature of them being short, it squishes everything down. So there's just a lot of squish and stuff with these as well. So it's just tricky, man. It's tricky getting them to fit. Hey, Divine Possum, how you doing, man? Sorry if I miss any messages there. There's a new mod type called chainmail skin gnome. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Ooh. Rough and Rowdy, thanks for the follow. Manwich grilled cheese pizza with zucchini is crazy. Katie says, no, zucchini's on the side of my salmon. You can make grilled salmon and zucchini and chicken stir fry with lots of bell peppers. And chickpea salad with lots of fresh veggies and with mint. That sounds like a good meal, good healthy meal. You need to get me one of them good healthy meals one of these days. Try them out. See what everyone's talking about. That whole nonsense. Ogres are sold literally and figuratively. I think they're realistic, but real life little people have issues finding good fitting clothes. Solid. Ogres are solid. Yeah, the ogre model is pretty solid. I think we've done some. I did a whole like rework of their base UVs at one point a while ago. So they've gotten some updates and things. Yeah, I think the gnome. I don't know. They just the gnome. I don't know if it was intentional or. I don't think it was intentional. It was just like they just got kind of shafted a little bit in terms of DLC. I think maybe it just always got kind of pushed down and kicked the can down the road kind of thing or something. But anyway, it's getting them sorted now, so that's the deal. Hey Encrypt, how you doing? Kravula, Praval, that's probably how you say that, right? Says, first thing I said when I opened the game was how much I love the character models. Thank you. It's been a team effort. It's Goblin does all the concept art, and I do the best I can with pulling stuff from that into 3D, and then I try and give it a little bit of a spin sometimes. Here and there, if you know. So yeah, I work full-time and I'm doing a doctorate program. So if I don't meal prep some good stuff for the week, I on the weekends I eat like a garbage can. Try to spend some time to make some good stuff. I did do meal prep. I tried that out. So back when I like had control over my life to some extent, like right now I feel like I've lost all touch with reality sometimes. That's why like I didn't even, some days I don't even know what day it is. Like yesterday I thought today was Friday. Today's Saturday. So I was like, last night I was like, oh, okay, I need to remember to do my Friday stream. And I woke up and it was Saturday and I'm like, shit. So here we are. But anyway, yeah, so back when I had some semblance of sanity, I was doing some meal prep and I was doing like workouts and I was taking care of myself better. And what I would do was I was like chicken and rice and broccoli and eggs. I would do like a whole batch of stuff and I would put it in containers, and then every day I would take one of the containers to work and I would just like microwave it. And that worked out pretty well. The only problem is, like, I think it's the ADHD element of my brain. Like I can latch onto a particular meal and I can just have that every day for a long time, but then eventually I get tired of that meal and then I don't want anything to do with it. So the hard part for me was finding, I didn't have another option once I got tired with that meal. So then I was like, I don't know what to do now. I don't feel like chicken and eggs anymore. So Defiant Possum says, dude, been trying to learn Blender since you sent me that awesome model. It's as easy as I thought coming from CAD background. but I'm watching all the tutorials I can. It's not as easy. Oh, okay. Well, that's cool that you're learning. Like, there's someone else that is also trying to learn. We should start like a little Blender. Maybe I can see if Nick will make like a Blender questions, like a Blender Q&A channel or something. There's like a bunch of people that are trying to learn Blender right now. It's been pretty cool. Cool seeing you guys make stuff. I only know what day it is because it is my airsoft day. Yeah, having something real like that around you is helpful. Maybe that's what I need. Your mic seems to be cutting sharply, like a sensitivity needs to be turned up. Encrypt, I do have an AC unit running in the background, but I don't know. There's something weird with my audio lately. I need to like figure out I'm working on a solution. So we'll see. Playing the next test on the old Taggle. We'll see. I kind of want to try a different class. Like I want to get some time on like Bellblade and Inquisitor. Redrig, thanks for the follow. I made a cube shadow so good. I didn't even have to do anything. Nice, dude. If you haven't, like, I don't know what your skill level is. There's that donut tutorial, the Blender donut tutorial. It's like a complete beginners kind of thing, which maybe would be good, but maybe you don't like, you know, a little bit more. I don't know. Depends on where you're at with things, but everyone, that's what I send everyone to that, because it's the only kind of comprehensive tutorial Blender I really know about, like good quality supposedly. I have too many hobbies as it is to get into anything else. Looks at my Warhammer pile of shame. But you can make Warhammer in Blender. Warhammer dudes, and then you could print them out, and you could paint them. That sounds like fun. I watched one to make a keychain and it worked out pretty well. I think that's the best way to learn. Like, that's what I keep telling people, is like, once you get past the donut tutorial, which is kind of like a first jump into the program, you use that to like get used to the program itself. And then what you should probably be doing after that is just looking up specific tutorials for specific things and just make a bunch of little projects, like something small, like a little prop, like a pirate's chest, or a fire hydrant, a can of soda, stuff like that, like stuff that you can tackle in a short amount of time, so that you can get in and get out and like learn how to do the various things. Holy shit, this is way off. Oh my god. Got no arms there, no bits there. I wonder if anyone has made a blender. Oh, I'm sure people have made blenders in Blender. You can make a blender and then you can animate the blender to spin the blades, and then you could animate like something else and use the geometry nodes to have the thing come in and get floated into little bits when it comes in contact with the blades. And then you could render that out, lighting and shit. I bet you looked it up. Making a blender in Blender. Someone's done it. Create a blender in Blender in 1 minute. Yeah. He adds in like a reference photo, and then he models. A little short. Hang on. Delete this. So he imports the reference image. He models based on that using orthographic camera view. Doing that for a bit here. I guess he just models it. He doesn't do anything else beyond that. But all those little bits. He throws some materials on there and renders it out. You could take this even further if you wanted to and animate the blades and put a little baby in there, and then have some geonodes to make the, or I guess a gnome. I don't know, a gnome would be more appropriate, right? That's where gnomes go. Ridrig says fire hydrant is good practice. My first model was a Coke can 13 years ago. Yeah, the soda can is like that's what I did as well. That's one of the kind of stereotypical 3D modelers first model kind of things. Gnome smoothie, there you go. Right. Do this whole thing. One of the other things that we modified, and this is just a like there's a couple sort of like minor things that we just made sort of rules as part of our finalization was I mean there's a number of just small things, but one of them was we just pulled down the robe, so the robe is just squared off now and it just like kind of intersects with the foot, and we'll just UV all and texture all the robes and stuff so that they don't actually clip through the feet, even though the geometry is. We'll just take special care in making sure that the textures account for that, because we were doing it with the model and it was just kind of a little annoying to have like just try and compensate in the texture or in the UVs with that, because it's just a lot easier to like have your UVs all squared off and stuff. So that was one of the things that we're like, okay, this is just new rule. UVs are flat and then we texture around it. And then one of the other ones was at the waistline here, because the skirt and the torso, they are kind of seamlessly viewed like this, but and I mean it's even like this in the UVs too, like they're seamless across there, but because the skirt geometry is kind of tacked on there, it's really the full body kind of is merged together more so as a single piece, and the skirt is just kind of hovering there more or less. We were getting some weird issues with the edges there, and I think it's less of an issue with the skirt and more of an issue with the pants. I don't know, there's just a weird interaction there, and one of the solutions that we were toying with was having like this, like a couple pixels, it's probably like 5 pixels worth of a gap between those two UV islands, and we're just like, you know what, let's just merge these, and then we'll, because it's more of a shader issue. We're like compensating for a problem with the shader, and we're just like, let's just get that fixed. But I still need to bring that up with tech guides, but we just went ahead and made that the rule for us, and we'll try and solve it. Solve the root problem rather than working around the problem. Frederick says, are these hand painted in Blender or Painter? We use 3D Coat for a lot of this stuff. 3D Coat in Photoshop. But yeah, it is hand painted. Yeah, we use 3D Coat for it. We have like a whole kind of thing for that. Yeah, I really like 3D Coat. I think it's a great program, and you can hook it up to Photoshop, so it's, you know, you use kind of both programs really. That up, down, whatever. Is this in, that's at least in the right spot. Vorpal Immortal in Noxy D20. Thanks for the follows. You guys are doing good. Welcome to the stream. We're doing some UV stuff. It's pretty rare. Nice. Is it rare? It has some great free topo tools as far as I'm aware. I've never, well, actually I have used the retopo tools in 3D Coat. Yeah. That's what I used to use 3D Coat for retopoing as well. But these days I just use Blender. I just retopo in Blender. If I need to. Most part. I haven't had to retopo anything in a while though, so I could go either way with those. I don't know that 3D Coat is that rare though, because from my understanding, Blizzard uses it. Like from what I was aware, Blender does their sculpting, and they bake all that information into textures, and then they paint it in 3D Coat. I actually have a tutorial, video tutorial series from Mark Burnett, one of the former Blizzard artists, and he kind of goes through that whole process. How do you feel the Eminem chanter compares to EQ chanter? That's what you're going main, I'm assuming. I think it's, I haven't actually played the enchanter in a while. I need to do that to get a feel for it again. I think it feels pretty good. Last time I tried it, I think with spell effect, those are always a lot of fun. They make spellcasters a lot more fun for me. So I think I've been playing. I haven't been playing casters too much, other than the druid. Played a Shadow Knight for a while, but I don't know. I need to get on the. Well, we got solution coming for that anyway. But yeah, I think once we get more spell effects in, it'll be a lot more fun to play an enchanter and other classes, and maybe find it easier to jump in there. But last time I played them anyway, they felt pretty good. I think we did a group with a team. It was like an internal one where we kind of set our levels to a higher end, and we did the rats in Fallen Pass, and that actually felt really good because we were in that group. We were in an area where there was like a ton of rats all over the place, and we got a bunch of ads and stuff, and I was able to really feel like an enchanter and mez things, and that's what I love about them, is kind of playing that crowd control role. I think that it feels really good when you get into those situations. How do you feel about the enchanter? Do you play the enchanter? Anyone else play the enchanter? Just me? I'm not happy about this area. Like there's a change in scale here that I'm trying to work out. can't do a single thing right says, I want to try streaming Blender. Planning to do hard surface. I'm not a pro, but good enough to give streaming a try. Have any tips for a beginner on Twitch? Just be yourself, man, and work, you know, just work on stuff. There's no real, I don't know that I'm a good use case because I'm not like successful with the streaming element of it, but in terms of Blender and stuff, it's just the same advice I give to anyone asking about Blender tips. Like if you're not, you know, if you're still getting used to Blender and stuff, it's just pick a project, like pick like small projects and things to do. I think that would be good. That's always a good way to learn, is find something small that you can work on and that won't take a lot of time, and you can like either fail at it and then learn why, like how to fix it, or you know, you complete it and you go on to the next thing. You definitely don't want to pick like some massive project that's going to take you months to complete. That can always, I mean, that often will make you, it could lead to you kind of getting bored of the thing before you finish it, and those sorts of problems. So always, I think it's always good to keep things small and just do a lot of little things when you're learning. Would be my advice. And I think also in terms of streaming, that kind of thing, people always like to see the results of things. So like if you're trying to, you care at all about like growing as a streamer, I think doing a lot of little things and then showing off those, like the finished product, that's kind of a good way to sort of advertise yourself in a way, I guess. You could cut it, you could also do like time lapses of stuff and post those as like shorts and stuff on YouTube and then link to your stream. That might be a good way to get more people as well. Black Rose says, every class I have played is feeling good so good. I got a guy in my group who has been an enchanter since EQ came out, and he loves the M&M enchanter because it's better than the EQ one. I think that's a really cool thing to say, and I think I'd be curious, do you know why, Black Rose? Like, to see any specifics on that? Because I wouldn't argue that. I think they're pretty similar though. I think the M&M enchanter has a couple new things. Like Enchant Ally is pretty cool. I'm trying to give Nick some ideas on how to expand on the Enchant Ally aspect of things more, because it's a cool idea, but the way it works right now, unless he's added stuff since then, it doesn't do a whole lot. It's like, it's just a shield and then like a nuke. And I think that's all it did. And I think there's a lot, if you take that idea and you just like brainstorm what else you could do with that, and like what use cases you would want to have that. Like, I think if you kind of put it in the thought process of why it's there, like let's say for example you're in a raid, like if you kind of set it in like the EverQuest situation of like high-end raiding, you stick it in a monk maybe, and the monk goes off to pull, maybe you can use like the shadow bolt thing or whatever it's called to assist the monk in pulling, because you're that also comes with like the bind sight thing, which you can flip between, which is pretty cool. So imagine like a monk trying to split something. What if you could use enchant ally to cast lull from a distance? You could lull stuff from the point of view of the monk, and then the monk could pull something, you know, and you would never you wouldn't have to run out there. You wouldn't have to run out of camp. And so that could be really cool. Or you could do like a mind wipe thing. Like let's say he pulls something and it goes sideways, and he flops, and then you could do lulls. Theoretically, like I haven't tested this, but I suppose in theory you can cast the spells from a flopped monk. So in theory he could, like, a pull goes sideways, he flops, and then you can lull or mez something or mem wipe something, or you could pull with some other spell that maybe transfers the hate to something else. Like you transfers the hate to the tank or something. Or like I think also like it'd be cool if the toolkit you get through enchant ally maybe is different depending on the class that you put it on. Maybe the monk gets a certain set of stuff that helps them pull. Maybe the if you put it on a fighter, maybe they get a different set of abilities where it helps them mitigate stuff or generate hate more, or increases their damage output or something. Or you put it on like a wizard or a cleric, even better, and it's like it gives them an extra way to pump mana into them somehow. You know what I mean? So I think there's like a ton of, like, if you really sit down and think about it, there's like it's almost like a whole other class that you're layering on top of the enchanter with this one ability that we could do if you kind of sit down and like think through all the ideas for it. So I think there's I'm really excited for the potential of that ability, and I think we need to lean more into that. But just that alone is a really cool ability. But I think also just the regular set of stuff. I think, don't they also get like the mana surge stuff? I'm trying to think of like other things that are different than them, because I think otherwise, like outside of those two things, they're kind of similar. They get shrink, but I don't think that's like a game-changing addition to them. Hey Fielder, sorry, yeah, I wasn't reading chat at all. It's not a you thing. I was rambling without reading chat, so apologies. Yeah, you did say it's better, mana pump, shrink, but like, are those two things like, those are just two things? I don't know that those make mana burn. I mean, mana drain and mana burn, tranquility, those are all things that the EQ enchanter had as well. The only difference from that list is like shrink and mana surge. So it doesn't feel like, I think enchant ally is like the biggest new shiny thing, right? In my opinion, anyway. So that's not a bad thing either, though. Just not a criticism. It's just a, feels like more of a factoid. Oh man. All right, I need to scroll up and get through chat again because I was not reading any of it while I was rambling, so apologies. Not ignoring folks, I just can't do two things at once apparently. Bubba Gorbo says, I've had two experiences with enchanters, one who had full control over a higher level mob and they made enchanters seem busted. The other who definitely could not keep control of the higher level mob and made enchanters seem pretty bad. Yeah, so the like charming a mob is like, it's such a like a hit or miss sometimes. I think if anything, if you're gonna do anything to like make enchanters feel better, it would be enhanced control over maintaining the pet some way, like because that's the part of the enchanter that I don't like. Like charming is cool, like worrying about that charm breaking or fucking you up is the part I don't like. Like it feels like sometimes you can't go AFK when your whole group goes AFK because you have a charm pet. Like you have to sit there and pee your pants so that you don't get murked by your, you know, your charmed whatever. And I think if there's a way, like some cool way to like handle that better, like maybe you could like dismiss it. There was like some like Membler dismissal spell that like you cast it on the guy and he would like totally forget about you and wander off in one swoop, rather than having to like cast invisibility and then stun the guy and then cast Mez and then cast Membler and then like stand off to the side and hope that it worked. Like if there's like some easier transition, and maybe there's like some trade-off where it's like it puts a debuff on him and he can't be charmed again for like a long time or something. Like I'd be cool with that. Just like I just don't want to get murdered by my buddy, my temporary buddy. You know, if you need to like go to the bathroom or something, if there's some way to like put it in stasis maybe or something where like any sort of effects of the charm break are suspended but he's not usable, like you put him in a coma and then like he will never break charm but he's also useless as a pet. Maybe you can like an AFK mode essentially for a charm pet. That would be cool too. Just like, I don't know, some essentially kind of quality of life tools for charming might be nice. That would be my one thing, like that I would zero in on as like if we wanted to make enchanters like way better, just as like an experience, like because like as a class I think they're pretty solid as they are, you know. I like all the, and I'm not trying to like do away with like charm breaks and the drama of that, because that's the trade-off for having such a powerful pet. I don't want to like nerf the pets and then charms and stuff, but it's just like you as the player having a way to mitigate some of that when you're not, when you need to not be playing, you know what I mean? So I don't know, that was random thoughts there. Hey Biscuit, how you doing? Rob Grave says, what do you feel will be the biggest criticism about the game down the line? I think, well, I mean, I can already tell you what we're getting already is like everyone always criticizes the graphics. They don't like our art style. They don't like how difficult not difficult, but punishing the death mechanic is. There's a lot of folks that come in and for the first time and they don't like the merchant tile system. They don't like having to like sell meat to a meat guy and have rusty swords to a rusty sword guy. I think, I mean, those are the ones that we see the most. and I don't expect that those criticisms to go away. I mean, maybe people will be ease up on the art style stuff when we get things more final, but I think there'll always be people who want like a realistic, they want like an indie team of 30 people, 30 volunteers to like somehow pump out like an entire world that is like photorealistic and stuff. Not gonna happen. That's stuff like the trade-off for like the that kind of art style, like that takes a huge team and a lot of money and a lot of time. So if you want a game like that, you're gonna have to wait a while, and it's gonna come with those trade-offs of people who are putting that money into it to want their money back, right? So that's why a lot of the games that look like that take a long time, and there's a lot of microtransactions or some other crazy you know, payment systems. Philip Jokar, thank you for the follow. I was scrolling up in chat because I'm sure I've missed a bunch of stuff here. Defiant Possum says, I don't know why, but when you were talking about crowd control and ads, I had this vision of a Penny Arcade comic where they are in a raid group. Someone shouts, "We got ads," and a bunch of pop-up advertisements block them. Is that an actual comic strip? I mean, I know Penny Arcade is, but like that specific joke, I guess. He enjoys the slightly longer charm mez, and you get some of the tools from the enchanter earlier than EQ. That's true, yeah. I think, but that's not an enchanter exclusive thing for our game anyway. Like everybody gets all their stuff pretty soon, right? And the intention behind that, by the way, is so that people get into the swing of things much quicker, because we've all a lot of I mean, the target demographic is all played EverQuest before, so there's no need to build up to, you know, certain classes getting certain class defining things. Like you don't need that runway, because we all want to get to that point and start playing the game. That's when the game kind of opens up, is when you can start having those interplay dynamics, like you know, monks. That's why monks get feign death. Kind of like, I don't know if they get it at level 1, but they get it pretty quick. I think they get it at level 1 though. And you know, there's a lot of lulls and those sorts of things. Mallow, yeah, I think I don't know if like the magic debuff stuff is working. Maybe that's another element that would help with the enchanters, if like if first of all, if the debuffing their magic resist before you charm them made a huge difference too. I wouldn't mind if like that was the thing, like if it was damn near like a dire charm as long as you had magic debuff on. That'd be cool. Because then it's like, it's a mechanic that you have to maintain yourself. It's an advantage you have to give yourself. It's part of the game. You have to up that, and it gives you that security that I'm kind of looking for. I don't know. It's a tricky thing to balance charm though, because like so powerful once you get it all hooked up and shit, you know what I mean? This is how we're doing this. Play. I think this one is attached. Hype says, I wouldn't call it a nuke. Its damage is equal to the recipient's level. I learned firsthand the damage from Shadow Spike will cause aggro to the enchanted ally. Yes. Yeah. Because I think technically, from the technical side of things, it's the person you attach the enchanted ally to that is casting that spell, technically speaking. So if you cast enchanted ally on someone and then you cast Shadow Spike on something, it'll come punch that dude, I think, right? Which is why I think it would be a cool tool for helping, like with pullers and stuff. I actually really like the idea of depending on what class you cast it on, it has different effects. Yeah, I like the idea, different effects for different classes. It does feel very tank based in the current state. I was hoping for a bit more. Damage shield and bonus hit point is the best part of it right now. I didn't know I had a damage shield, honestly. Are you talking about like the harm shield, I guess? Not the damage shield. It's not a damage shield, but a harm shield. Man, I'm well behind on chat here. I'm sorry. Beware if you add things, this other classes will want goodies and implementation too. It depends on how deep you go. Like if Enchanted Ally is just a couple extra things per thing, because like right now it's oh my god, I'm way behind in chat. Holy sh is I'm just gonna. Enchanters currently have Membler. I use it all the time. Super helpful for doing exactly what you're saying. Once you drop off their target list, they're good. Hey, D-Loves Puddin', how you doing, man? Their own houses for, if not implemented clearly. Enchanters make bad players look bad and good players look great. It was the same way, Nikita. Yeah, I like that. I like that it's such a skill-based class. Like I think it's cool to have like different classes have different like sort of tiers of mastery. Like I think it's okay to have like a cleric. Like I'm using the Classic EverQuest experience as my example here, but like I think it's okay to have a cleric be a pretty cleric or a wizard be a pretty chill class where all you have to do is sit there and then stand up and cast one spell every once. That's a pretty low bar, low skill feeling. Be a good person, like a good player at that class. Whereas enchanter or monk, you know, maybe they have a higher. There's like more, even, and a bard as well, I guess. There's a higher skill ceiling that you like have to put more time into to like become good at. That way you can kind of choose your adventure in a way. I think I like that personally. But oh man. Okay. Go here. Move this over. All these. What do I want to do? He Loves Pudding says, it doesn't cost a lot of money to get photorealistic graphics. You just steal it from other game, some other game. Not naming names, but we know it happens. Yeah, Yeah, I guess so. People will learn over time to store and spare a book in their bank. Corpse recovery. My enchanter book has both invis, trank, and gate. Yeah, I finally set up a. It takes a while because you got to build up money, unless you make that a priority, I guess. But I didn't make it a priority. But I finally got a second spell book, and I bought some of those important spells for my bank book. And I did on a druid, so one of the things I added in there was summon food and drink so that I could I noticed that if I just started running around naked, I would eventually become hungry and I couldn't you know, get mana back. So I was like, shoot, I need to add food and drink to this. So I don't know, I think it's kind of an interesting little thing. You gotta think about what you need like that. Put some forethought into things a little bit. Shadow Spike is funny. If it misses, it says your spell missed. If it hits, it says the ally spike hits. Yeah, I think that system is still in its infancy, and I think there's, like I said earlier, I think there's a lot of cool things we can do with it. That I hope we do more things with in the future. I do love that dual wielding comes at 10 instead of 17 or whatever. Yeah, dude, and not just dual wielding, but you get double attack really early on. I think that's interesting, and I'm actually curious how that's going to pan out long term, because is it just everything is going to double attack, triple attack, you know, at the higher levels and stuff? And how does that work with healing and damage shields, and not damage shields, but like runes? I think it's an interesting thing. I'm not a numbers guy, so I'm not gonna make any predictions there, but it just sounds like when you're adding double attack so early on, it's gonna have some sort of compounding effect. I'd guess. But I don't have a problem with saying to change it. An interesting thing. Okay. Hey. Got things in the right locations for everything here. Generate have basically 4 spells for 1 to 60. It feels really nice. So if I give you $1 million, you will make me Eminem in cyberpunk graphics. That is an interesting thought. Let me check something. had done a thing. I don't know where it is anymore. At one point I did a sculpture of a goblin. It was like a cyberpunk goblin. He had like sunglasses and a pompadour. But I don't know where that is anymore. So I was going to show that, but I don't know where it is. It was kind of neat. Okay, how are we doing on this guy though? I don't know if I'm gonna be able to like get this to be seamlessly transitioning all the way down like I want it. Like we've had a lot of issues with the undercarriage on these characters too. Wonder if I take this one out, that makes my life easier somehow. Gnomes had difficult taints in the UV. Yeah. Is that crotch stretching a geo problem? Like, could an extra cut in there help? Use much of the stretching? I don't think so. I think it's just the shape. The shape that it is and the shape that we're trying to make it in 2D. I don't know if there's a better way that we could have done it. Maybe if we if we had UV'd like the pelvis and the leg kind of separately somehow. I don't know. But this is a weird zone due to the fact that they're low poly characters and sort of thing. So it's just, I don't know, it's a zone where you hopefully won't really notice much, though. So you're like really looking at people's skirts all the time. That thigh gap, yeah. Probably get thrown out of that. Yeah, there's just like a couple of these areas, like top of the arm right here, like this area right here is just top of the arm, top of the shoulders, the neck area. Like these are just all areas, like the groin area on all the characters consistently across the board. Those are issues that we have, like, unless we do some kind of like dramatic change to the UV layout, they're not going to go away, and we can't really afford to do that kind of rework at this point, because if we change the UV layout for everybody, then we would have to redo all the armor, and we're a couple months out from EA, so that's not a good idea to redo all the armor all of a sudden. So kind of locked in at this point. Bubba Garbo, thanks for the follow. Caution, I'm stoned, welcome to follow 16 minutes ago. Philip Jokar for the follow 20 minutes ago. I missed a bunch of stuff. I'm not a good streamer. Apologies. Zachary, thanks for the follow. Everyone started scratching their necks when they heard that one. Zach was having a similar issue with the female ogre the other day in her torso. One thing I noticed was, as he was panning around, was the top of the butt crack is the same height as the belly button. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, because we're trying to conform all the player characters to the same UV layout, they all have, all like these landmarks have to be in the same place, but all the model, so like it's a weird thing where stuff doesn't match up right. Like on the textures, it's the textures are this 2D thing. It's like a wrapper. I always like to use the if I can find. Image here for my analogy. So you know these Christmas Santa chocolate things, chocolate Santas, and like, have you ever taken these off the wrapper for these guys and then like flattened the tin foil? So like the Santa Claus is right here, his face is right there, and his hat is over there or whatever. And it's like all the elements of this exist in 3D form. Like they match up to where he is. Right? Like the face is here on the 3D model, and then on the texture it's there as well, and it needs to match up. But if you flatten this out, they had to like plan out where to put the stuff on the flat version, so that when you put it on the 3D version, it lines up with everything. So that's essentially what we're doing here. We have we have our flat version of the Christmas Santa, and then we're trying to make it fit onto the 3D model. But the problem is we have a bunch of different Santas that are all like different shapes. You know what I mean? Like, you got Gnome. This is a gnome, by the way. And then you've got like an elf. That's an elf. Drawing this with my mouse. Oh my god. And so you need to make this one texture fit onto all of these things. They all have different shapes. Like you can't change the texture for each one. You have to make this one texture fit all of these dudes. And so you can do that by having all of the models have the same layout. Like this is our layout. We have a guide. Like, this is where the boobs go, this is where the chest is, this is where the belt is, where the skirt, boots, all this stuff. I just found this. That's a problem. Cool, thanks. So you can just have this stuff lay out on that template, and then theoretically it should all fit, right? All the stuff is in the right place. But the problem is there's a correlation between the shape of the thing and how that stuff works, right? So like, if I stretch this guy like this, it's trying to conform these UVs, like this same UV layout, that shape of the torso, onto this, but this is different now than that, right? There's a disconnect, so that's why it stretches like this. So when we that's always been the challenge, is with all these differently shaped races, trying to cram them into this same kind of shoebox shape, so that all the armor and stuff look the same on them. That's why we get and we will always get stretching on things. We're doing the best we can. Like, it's yeah, for the most part it's going to be hopefully pretty subtle in a lot of places, and we'll also kind of strategically texture things so that, like, we're not going to put like text in the groin on armor, or like a pair of pants, because everyone's groin is all jacked up. There's no point. we're probably not going to put a ton of like repeating texture sort of things on the pelvis itself on a lot of folks, because it's not been consistent in that area. Like we've distributed stuff strategically so that we kind of collect all the problem areas into the same areas on everybody. That's why like the top of the shoulder is sort of a no-go zone for certain things. Like we're not going to have armor that has like intricate like runes written on the neck as a collar piece, because we can't. It won't work. It's not going to work for us. Some of the characters don't even have necks, like ogre or dwarf. They don't have necks. There's no point in putting like making an armor set that has designs in those areas that won't show up on, you know, some of the races. Really poorly look really poor on most of the races. So it's all just a matter of like prioritizing locations, strategically implementing things. So it's a whole thing. It's like a juggling thing. That's why we're like that. This is the reason why we've like redone the UVs for the characters like multiple times. And my goal, like our goal, is to get it to a point where it's good enough for all the races that we have, and we can just say good, moving on. You know, we need to stop kind of sitting on it and trying different things. Like we've tried a bunch of different stuff, and that's just been us figuring it out, right? And that's been good. We've learned a lot. That's kind of why we've arrived where we've arrived. Now has come the time to like be like, okay, this is what we got. This is what we can do. So yeah, it's just been a learning experience and prototyping and all that jazz. Just kind of shooting. That's us shooting from the hip and learning stuff. It's part of the. I mean, I wouldn't say we've necessarily failed fast, but we've because like we could have just like focused on this for a while and failed faster and gotten this done quicker. But you know, there's a ton of other stuff we're doing as well simultaneously all the time. So yeah, that's just an example or a ramble, more of a ramble really, of the hows and the whys of our system. Not that I don't think anybody asked. I'm just talking to this point. I'm talking to myself. I think I'm ignoring your I'm ignoring chat, talking to myself, and procrastinating on this. This is what the streams have devolved into. I feel like I'm going insane. So welcome to my insanity, guys. Thank you for your support. Darga, thank you for the Prime sub 5 minutes ago in the middle of my ramble. Examp ramble. Yeah. Hey ZBrush, how you doing, man? Pipe says, how many more props, non-character items are there that still need to be made roundabout? I wouldn't know the answer to that, but off the top of my head, I want to say many things. And there will continue to be many things, because every time we make a new zone, it needs more props. Even if it's, I mean, if it's like a zone that has the same theme as a previous one, we can reuse stuff. But you know, as we continue to build the game, there's going to be new themes added to stuff, or new factions or new stuff. So just prop making will always be a continuing thing that we need. Dude, this needs to be a mob. Frickin' Slenderman. How on earth will this work for lizard men and their tails? So the solution to the tail conundrum has already been solved in the form of the Ashira. The Ashira, if you don't know, are, I think they're basically fully compliant with the player layout. They need to be updated just like all the other player races have been, because they are outdated, especially now that we've like kind of come to some final remarks with the layout. But they can wear armor. The solution to the tail though specifically is because we have we have like 2 material IDs. So if I select I tell Blender to select everything that's using this model ID, it selects the entire body. This is where all the armor is. This is our layout for the armor, right? So we've got this one material ID. This is where you put your chest, your pants, your boots, all that stuff. And then we have a second one for the head. Open the file. Go. So this is where you put the face and the beard and the hair. And so since Ashira don't have beards or hair, what we can do is we can put their face here and then their tail down here. So that's what we do. Their tail is just on a different, it's on the same texture as their face texture, which leaves this whole armor set available and untouched for them to wear all the armor and stuff. So their body armor would be here, their face and tail are here, and we can load those all properly. It just means that we can't do any, we can't like put armor on their tail, but I don't know why you would, I mean, outside of like very specific cases, I guess, like we're not gonna modify existing armor to look differently on different races anyway. So I mean, it's fine. I think actually, now that you've got me thinking about it though, for the lizards in particular, if we wanted to do any, let's say lizard face, lizard tail, what if we wanted to have them have like spikes, like hair options in the form of like spikes, similar to how goblins have spikes? I need to figure out maybe a solution for that. I suppose I could try and fit the tail somewhere, create like a special region. Maybe I'd split this in half or something, and I'd fit the tail into like a tail region, and then I would have like half of the hair and beard region for like spiky stuff or something. But I mean, those probably wouldn't take up a lot of space anyway if it was just like a little bit of a thing for a spike, and then I just repeat the geo. So I'm not too worried about it. I think whatever the solution is, I mean, that is the solution basically. It's like, that's our system, so it needs to conform to that system. So it's just a matter of like, it's basically just a game of Tetris, finding out where I can put the thing on wherever. And it's basically because the armor layout is spoken for, essentially. Like this is what it's going to be. There's not really any wiggle room on this side. So it pretty much comes down to like half of the face thing. This is kind of our wild card region, essentially. Like we can sort of put whatever we want in here. It doesn't have to be hair or beard. Like we can put whatever we want here. It just has to be in this region, basically. And whatever we decide, it just needs to be consistent across the board for that specific use case. Like all the tail stuff would be in that region, and all the spiky things would be on that one region. So we can make those changes for like specific use cases, but as long as it's consistently deployed, then we're good. The tail probably could take up the beard section. the full area of the beard hair might be too much texture resolution. Maybe not. I don't know. From my recollection, it's been a while since I looked at the Ashira. I'm pretty sure that they're... Save this. I'm pretty sure that their tail takes up the whole side of it. But I don't know, maybe that's not an accurate textile density, but I feel like it would, like, not like I was ignorant to that sort of thing, so I want to say it. Come on, Blender. Yeah, it takes up, I mean, it's laid out like this, so it's essentially half, but this isn't compliant anyway, right? If I hold this in here, I don't think, fine. I think this whole thing needs to be noodled around with anyway. But yeah. Asset. Oh yeah, it is kind of different, is it? So yeah, you might be right. You'd probably make it smaller, actually. Something. I don't know. But yeah, that's... Your concern is literally zero. I'm not worried about it either. Well, it's these guys are pretty fucked, as you can see. Like, look at this mess. Who modeled this? Garbage. Fired immediately. But yeah, so this needs to be cleaned up. But that is not my problem today. Good evening, everybody. I probably would have been streaming, but was digging around in my yard. Looking for that buried treasure. Trying to help fund the game with this pirate booty. If I recall, Monsters and Memories did not have race advantages on the attributes. A troll has more strength than human, as example. Will that be a future state? Yeah, Jurjam, that is correct. Currently, all the races, I think it depends on what class you pick right now. But they all kind of have the same stats depending on what class you pick at the moment. I'm like 90% sure that is just the current state of things, as like a placeholder situation. But at some point, it will come down to the stats that you get will also factor in the class, or sorry, the race that you pick. So I think it also the class will still have different values. So it'll be more dynamic in that way, where like an ogre fighter would probably have more strength than like a gnome fighter, for example. I don't know when that's gonna be rolled in. That's kind of one of those things that I think it's probably lower priority. And I would expect that it'd probably be able to be implemented fairly quickly because it's just a bunch of number values. So just whenever whoever's in charge of that, you know, gets around to doing that. Lizard Man, feign death should cause the tail to pop off. I don't know about that. Let's not overcomplicate things here, okay? I just need to tick the playable box next to the Ashura race then. The real question is, will lizards have the ability to drop their tail like real lizards to help them escape the situation? I don't think so. I don't think they developed that ability. Not in the lore. The lore is that they dance in like water. They don't detach their body parts. Okay. I feel like I'm sort of a little off track here. Trying to see what did I miss? This getting pretty close, I feel like. Got the hands. The elbow's in the right spot now. His man boobs might be a little bit high. Thought I had a texture that kind of helped with the man boob positioning problem. I mean, other than the guide, obviously. But I guess I think what I'll do, I think I'm at a point where it's probably okay to flip stuff. I'm gonna flip him. I've got symmetry on, or mirror on, I should say. Let's just flip stuff and then we'll see where we're at. Freaking ballet lizards? Hell yeah, dude. They got lasers attached to their head and shit. I wonder if I have hang on, let me take a look at this reference folder. Lizards. Oh, I don't have it. Okay. Nick mentioned on his stream that they were looking at 2 additional healer classes. Are there any roles with expansion potential? I'm not sure. I should. That makes me curious. I should go bug him about it and see what he's thinking. I'm not sure what's going on in that department, but that sounds interesting. I certainly have some ideas. I think a lot of people have tossed out their ideas for additional healer options. And I know the Blood Mage is one that comes up a lot in that sort of discussion. I think the Blood Mage is cool. That would be rad. I think this came up in Discord or something recently the other day, and I was like, yeah, Blood Mage would be cool, but also the Disciple could be cool, because I think the Disciple is compelling, because it's interesting on its own, but I guess my pitch for it over some of the other ones could be like, due to the fact that it's a martial, like another martial artist class, that gives us more I'm not sure what the correct word would be here, but we have monk and beastmaster that we would make like martial art weapons and armor for specifically. That is a small percentage of the overall classes that would need specific assets for. So if we added a disciple, that adds another one to that pool, so it makes putting forth the effort to make those art assets a little bit more worthwhile, because it's getting more use case. So I guess from the art side of things, it makes sense to me in that regard. So, I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily a good reason to pick them over like Blood Mage or something, but that's just one sort of bonus, I guess. But I mean, the disciple was insanely overpowered in Vanguard. It actually still is insanely overpowered. If you go play the emulator, you can solo dragons and stuff on them, or they might have like got some stuff working where they're less crazy. I mean, they're still, you're basically gods. We got like a little ad break here coming up, and I think I'm gonna use that time to go to the bathroom real quick. So let me be right back, okay? It's my AFK button here. BRB. Okie dokie. Dr. Jones. I could whip up a chainmail bikini. Yes. I mean, maybe we should just do that. We keep talking about it as like I mean, I suppose it doesn't matter if it, like, it would really suck if we did that and we ran into some weird problem that we didn't foresee somehow like impact the layout. I think might be kind of beyond some of that stuff at this point. Hope everything comes out all right. Me too. I mean, there's still probably stuff that we haven't tried, this layout and stuff, to see how it'll work. So I'm a little bit worried. Like, I'm not worried. Not really worried, but it's gonna suck if we run into stuff where it's just, oh crap, didn't really do that how we want it. Divine Possum says, disciple is like a physical therapist. They rub salves and massage you back to health. I guess, I mean, I've never had a physical therapist, so I don't know if they generally do like whirlwind kicks as part of their application of salves, but more power to you, man. They do for sure. My PT does stone cold stunners on my back. There you go. I heard Macho Man got into physical therapy as a side business. All right, which one am I get rid of this guy? All right, so now that I've mirrored, unmirrored, I should say, is it's actually the arms and the legs and the feet. Those all maintain mirroring symmetry, or asymmetry, or yeah, symmetry. It's actually the torso and the skirt that, they are asymmetrical and therefore allows us to do certain designs that a lot of games actually don't do, because they typically just split it down the center, mirror it. So a lot of games just do it that way. It's on the texture side. Oh my god. DDP? I'm not that big into wrestling to recognize that acronym without explanation. Who's DDT or DDP? But can you imagine going into like chiropractor for like back pain, and it's like the Undertaker's your doctor? Like kicks down the door and just stares you down, and you're like, nah, it's fine. I can live with the pain. Diamond Dallas pain. I have to look that up because again, I'm not a. I watched wrestling a little bit, back when Stone Cold and The Rock were the thing, the top dudes or whatever on like UPN and shit, but I didn't do too much after that, or I didn't even like follow it religiously. I just kind of like tuned in occasionally, probably against my will because that's all that was on. So I mean, I'd rather be watching Star Trek. Yeah, Okay. So now that this is in place, though, I want to go through, see if I can get this shirt to roll out a little bit better. Like, let's use this guy. That was my heyday too. The Undertaker versus Kane match was the most epic thing I remember seeing. That was the cage match, right? Like, was that Mankind? Or no, you said Kane. I don't remember much. Like, I don't know. I just kind of like, I didn't assimilate anything that was going on. I just kind of like existed while those were happening, I guess. Like, I don't know, I was so out of tune. I think I did watch that cage match though. That I guess that one's pretty infamous or famous, where he like was thrown off the cage onto like the desk. Beard says, "Awesome, I ran into a guy in Eminem named War Possum. I thought it might be you, but apparently not." Maybe it's one of his warrior characters. I love that they edit the audio from the moments into current stuff for comic effect. I like the McMahon meme. My only point of reference, really. The only way I can add to that conversation. Commenting about that. Hey Nicodemus, how you doing, man? Esar, how you doing? Welcome. Thank you for the follow. actually gonna do this. Oh shit, this didn't merge properly either. That's concerning. Mr. Stoof, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We are working on the gnome right now, folks that are just rolling in, by the way. He's getting a little bit of a model cleanup, little UV finalization. All around gnome polish today, so. Oh, he's got a little triangle booty right there. How in the hell? Okay. Maybe it's okay. It's not exactly mirrored. I could try and add that in there. I have not noticed that being an issue though. Might just be lazy and leave it alone for now until it becomes a problem. It ain't a problem till it's a problem, you know what I'm saying? And I need to add some. Started my own guild that I am the sole occupant of. Animal Kingdom. That's a good guild. I wanna join. I wanna make it an animal creature character join. Oh, maybe I should just Maybe I should just merge the. Maybe I should just this. I don't actually. I guess I do need this. But I didn't need that one anyway, so I can do that. This is closer at least. I don't think that thing was doing anything. Well, thank you. I'll have to come up with an animal name now. Think on it. Is there a any other? I mean, you didn't even mention that it was a rule or not, but I'm just assuming. I guess Justin Beard doesn't have animal related name characters, does he? Do you, Justin Beard? So maybe I'm just making shit up. I don't know. I'm making it more. I'm overthinking it already. that is my trait. Yeah, but what is the gnome? Does the gnome have a name that is like an animal name, like similar to awesome? Okay, let's take a gander here. Where are we with this? I think maybe the pelvis area. This needs to be messed with some more. Not gonna screw with the hands too much more. I think they're already lined up the way they're gonna be lined up. You named your character Burger LLC? I might have actually seen you running around at one. Does it feel like a certain company name, McDonald's, with successful? So why not me? Yeah. Well, hey, when you purchase your your stand or whatever, it'll want to adopt the name of the character. So honestly, that's a really good idea for when you buy your coffee stand, or whatever it's called. So it should like pick the name of character, I think, right? Oh, did these need to go up or something? It's down. What's happening here? What are we looking at here? That's weird. Okay. That's how the gnome armpit is. I want to pull these up more. Okay, I don't know. I think that's pretty good. Let me save this. We'll call that good enough for now and do like a thing. Let's do this the right one, right? Does this fit in there? Those don't quite fit in there. I need to flip the head too. Oh, I should do that first. Or I try and fit the ears in there so I know that they are going to fit. Face. How you know it's the face? That line going all the way around. Perfect. Look at that chainmail head. All unfolding lovely now. Okay, now I can try and fit this into the grid here. I just make these a little bit smaller is all. Rotate them to make it fit better too. Which is something to do that mobile cart can sell to players stuff. I can park myself near a dungeon. I think renting stalls is already in game too. Yeah, that's what I was referring to. If you rent a stall, I think doesn't it like put your name on the sign next to you? And so if you named yourself Coffee Burger LLC, theoretically, name would show up on the site. Redo this CD. Brilliant. Love to see it. And we can stitch this somewhere. Okay. Now I gotta flip it this way. That's not great. But it will do. Can I do it a different way? Way out of space there. I'll just go with that because that's good. Pixel density. It's unfortunate that it's got to be rotated. Zach's gonna be mad at me, gonna yell at me. Zukan, you got the ears rotated. It's okay though. All right, now we gotta do the call here. How off is this? Ollie told me Coffee Burger was a real company somewhere too, but it's foreign to the US. I don't think I'm going to get any like weird cease and desist letter. Oh yeah, I think you're good. I think it'd be really weird if I mean, if you did get a cease and desist, I'd kind of take it as a compliment that like a company noticed us as a game and took special interest in prosecuting players. That I like, yeah, I don't know. I guess like if something like that happened in like World of Warcraft or something, for example, I think it would just be against like the naming policy. I don't know. Maybe that's against our naming policy. I don't know what the line is there. Caveman Nation, thank you for the follow. Oh boy. Oh boy. That's a mess. If we end up having to change his name, you know, maybe we can think of something fun. But you're probably fine as long as you don't play in like one of the official roleplay servers or something that might have like stricter naming rules or something. I imagine there's a like since the days of WoW, there's been a lot more names in MMO for like MMO characters and stuff that are more kind of like jokey, memey, and less like roleplay character names. I think that's just the way the internet is these days. They're probably not going to be able to like come down hard on naming of things. But I think it's worth like having some kind of bar at least. So, but I imagine it'd be like more lenient than maybe that like old school EverQuest might have been. I don't know how much they policed that stuff back then, but it probably wasn't even as big of an issue if I had to guess. Blizzard Burger LLC specialized in serving Zukan tails when they add in the pop-off mechanic. Bring new meaning to "I'll pop it off." Oh, we got guess that's how that is. He moved up. Oh, lordy. Heard at least. Okay, well. Okay. Okay. Instead of throw your hands in the air, it will be throw your tail in the air. how do you cook your lizard burger? I don't like where this line of questioning is going, to be honest with you. I think we should get back to cooking gnomes and such. I like that much better. Yo, Void Hugger, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? So I want to ask for advice on something. I didn't 3D model for like a year or so, and I'm planning to make a comeback. But is it worth it since AI will take over in time? I don't think you have to worry about AI. I think it's worth it. I guess it depends on it also kind of depends on what your goal is, I guess. Are you looking to do it as a hobby, or are you looking to do it as a career option? What's the goal? What are you looking for? What kind of stuff for just 3D printing? Games. I mean, there's always going to be a need for a human to do it as a job, in my opinion. I think the stuff that AI does is just like the other, like for 3D, just like the stuff it does for 2D, at least right now anyway. I mean, I won't say that it can't figure it out eventually, but I think like one thing that it probably never will be able to do well is like get specific styles and do iteration well, because like it's good at like just kind of pumping out stuff and like taking, like you can do the whole operation, right? And it can kick something out, but it may not always be exactly what's needed in the style that is needed, or being able to do the iteration that may be required. And that's where like a human comes in. I think even like AI coming in and doing parts of stuff would be good. Like, you know, maybe you have AI do like do the UVs or something, or one element of the process. I wouldn't even trust it for with UV stuff though, because like especially our thing, unless it was like a proven thing, not gonna do it right. So, but even if it was a proven thing, I would, there's always room for error even with a human. So I don't know, I don't think it's gonna like whoop in and, did I do this wrong? Yeah, I think you're good, man. I think people thinking AI is just gonna fucking take over the world, I don't believe it. I think it's definitely a thing that is out there. It's not like a mystical thing, and it definitely is going to impact stuff, but I don't think it's going to make a human doing, you know, 3D art obsolete. And even if it does, which I still don't think it will, like again, it could come in and take over elements of the workflow, or like kind of specific jobs, like maybe being like a full-time hair artist or something won't be a thing anymore. I don't know. That's just one element. I think it's just going to shift what it means to have jobs. I guess so, yeah. Like, I mean, it's like with any big new thing, like Neil deGrasse Tyson kind of compares it to when cars were invented, right? There's the whole industry that was built to support horses and horse-drawn carriages and all that stuff. Like, you needed a guy, like a blacksmith making the shoe horses, and someone to put the shoe horses on, and where to put the horses when they're not working, and all the food and cleanup, and there's all that, the whole thing to support that whole system. And then, you know, I think it was like a 10-year span or something, like cars came in and placed the whole system, and so all those jobs are gone. But it's not like those guys had nothing that they could do all of a sudden. It's not like the jobs went away, they were just replaced with new things. Like, now there's all this stuff that, like, there's that still that system that's required to maintain all the stuff that cars need now, like mechanics and tire dudes, and, you know, gasoline people, and all that shit. So like, it's not the same, obviously, but it's like the innovation bred new jobs as well. So, like, I mean, maybe the robots will come in and take over making 3D art, but maybe there'll be other opportunities that come in as well. And I mean, maybe, like, who knows, right? I don't know what the fucking future holds. I could be totally wrong, and that's the thing. But like, I don't know. I think even if stuff comes in, stuff is gone. Like, stuff will get replaced with other stuff, in some extent. And even if, like, let's say you spend all that time becoming like a, you know, getting better at 3D art and stuff, and then the job is gone because robots do it. There could be, and you're like, oh man, I wasted all that time doing that thing. That sucks, but like, let's be optimistic and assume that like some other thing comes in along to support that somehow, or, you know, things shift around and there's now a job that doesn't exist or isn't conceivable now, that is then an opportunity that you could do. But because we don't know, you know, what that is, or we can't conceive it currently, like there's no way for you to prepare for that now anyway, so it's not like you could just shift to doing that now or something. I don't know. I think it's an interesting and unfortunate thing that folks have to consider, like younger dudes going into college and such, like having to try and figure out if they want to pursue a degree or something in something, or if it's a waste of time because robots will come and do it at some point. That's I don't know, man, that sucks. Not something I had to think about when I was figuring out what I wanted to do. But I don't know if, like, I mean, I don't know if that would have influenced my decision so much anyway, though. I mean, at least it wouldn't have stopped me from doing what I wanted to do. Like, the stuff I did, like, I did a couple things before college, before I ultimately figured out what I wanted to do, but and those definitely aren't, like, there is more like traditional art stuff that I was pursuing for a while, and like there's no fear of robots taking those anytime soon. But I mean, when it comes to 3D stuff, like, that's more of a concern, obviously. More of something to think about anyway. And I don't know, maybe it would have been a different thing if I was going through that process right now. I don't know. I don't know, man. Who knows what the future holds? I've been ignoring chat this whole time while I was rambling again, so I apologize. AI can't take all the jobs. I mean, one of the things that it can't do is, like, it doesn't have dexterity and ability to, like, move around and stuff. Like, one of the things that I was watching this podcast where this one of the guys who kind of worked on AI in the early stages, and he's kind of like I don't know, I think the headline was that he was like the grandfather of AI or something, so like he's definitely very knowledgeable in the area. And he was asked what would he tell his kids to go learn in this, you know, in this, if they were trying to decide what to do with their life right now. And his answer was, go learn how to be a plumber, because that's a job that an AI robot wouldn't be able to do very well. So that's like it's kind of grim, I guess. I don't know. I don't know if that's grim or just or not, but I mean, plumbers make good money probably, right? I don't know. It's just unfortunate that like the robots are being trained to do the cool artsy stuff a lot when everybody wanted them to do like the plumbing stuff. So I don't know, man. I don't pretend to be a knower of the future or an expert on AI. So plumbers bank, yeah, like that's kind of the thing now. Like when I was going to college and stuff, or you know, when I was younger and everything, everyone was saying go to college and get a white collar job. You know, that was the path to success. And now it seems to be go get a blue collar job. That's the path to success. By the way, another question: what should I build my portfolio based on so that I can actually get commission? That's a good question. If you're looking for commissions from rando people, I don't know actually, because that's not something I've done, so I wouldn't know what works. Yeah, I don't know what the correct answer to that would be. I think I mean, I don't even want to say anything because I literally, like, I could say a bunch of stuff, but I don't know if it's the right thing. I would say just make good stuff. Like, find something that you like and then do that so that you are incentivized, you're internally motivated to continue working on it so that you become better. Because I think it may not really matter so much what you make, as long as it's good. Because and then I think if you're looking for a job like at a studio, then it matters a little bit more. You would want to make stuff that is tailored more towards the company and the stuff they make, so that they would hire you. Because when you're looking for a job, when they're trying to get hired, you want somebody who can come in on the team and do what everyone else is doing. But if you're talking about like commissions and stuff, that's actually not something I'm really in the loop on. So I think if I had to guess, it'd probably be a lot of like marketing stuff. You'd have to make like really nice renders and flashy doodads and stuff, high quality stuff like that. And you'd probably need to learn how to do a bit of a range of things. Like you wouldn't be able to, like, if you're looking for like a freelance commission thing, you'd probably be expected to like do the modeling and the texturing and the rendering yourself. They probably wouldn't just have someone just make a thing, just model it and then stop there. They'd probably hire somebody to do all the bits. What is a white collar and blue collar job? white collar job is like when you work in an office and you have to wear a suit. You know, that's why it's called white collar, is you wear a suit. Like you get a white collar of the dress shirt. Blue collar is like more tradesman like electrician or plumber, those sorts of jobs where you're kind of going to places and fixing things or building things with your hands. Mechanic, you know. Okay. I will say though that like 3D art, the 3D art space is very competitive, and the addition of robots doing a bunch of stuff just makes it even more competitive. So you either gotta find a niche or be really good. As new technology emerges, older skills fade away. I keep books on old arts, like blacksmithing. Yeah. I mean, in our case, a robot created our jobs, sir. A loving robot, to be exact. It would be wild to learn Sean was just a very powerful AI all this time. Yeah. That would certainly be a game changer. Maybe we should send somebody to Germany to check. I don't know who are all the people who have met Sean in real life, and were they transformed into, were they replaced with like robot duplicates? Somebody get Nick on a voice call or something and ask him a series of questions about being like empathy or feelings and stuff, and kind of check. Uh-oh. Okay. Down here. These shawls are a pain in the ass to UV because we're trying to flatten a round shape that like does a lot of twisting and turning. And we're trying to line it up like similar to the player UVs on their body. The top of the shawl bit here is kind of another pain point. It's a little bit easier. Like we have the advantage of it not having a neck attached to it, which makes it a little bit easier because the neck on the player models is kind of one of the reasons why it's a area that gets screwed up, I think. something you're passionate about. Find your passion and you will excel at it. You'll notice. I think that's ultimately that's what it comes down to. Because again, it kind of, that's what I was sort of saying before, is like, if you're passionate about something, then you will put more effort into it, especially if like ADHD or something. It can be very hard to work on something and put the time that you need to in when you don't really care about something. So, you know, that's why I say it doesn't really matter what you work on. Here it matters more about how good it is. So find something you like that you're willing to put the time into, because this shit takes time, crazy amount of time. So you should be spending that time on something you give a shit about. I need to run AFK 1 second here. I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Okay. This is looking pretty good. I think we're in all of our little... I think this is way off. That's gonna be a thing. Might just have to be stretching there or something. I mean, yeah. It is what it is, I suppose. Put this in here. Hide this. Well, it's clipping through. Remove that as well. How far is this floating off the body? It's Gonna attach this back on there and make sure it's all, because the cape needs to, I mean, all these bits need to mimic the body, you know, so that when it moves with it. I'm just kind of reattaching all these bits. And even divide these. Oh my god. And it's here. I can, don't really want them all the way down. Okay. And then I don't think I have a good texture for capes right now. I think that's what it's going to be. Pull this off. This still needs to be a little bit off. Oh, I can also move this too. Yeah, I still want the kind of float a little bit above the body, so that it doesn't crash through. But being as close as I can is gonna be the goal. Hey, Wicked Sloth, how you doing, man? One of the things I can do to make sure stuff is good is add a triangulation thing. And then we can triangulate. Put those anyway. And then when we pop this tape back on, we have the same triangulation set up. And it should just work. Pretty easy to spot when there's a big X on stuff. Hey, Classic Cool, how you doing, man? Doing good vibing, waiting for my Pathfinder players to show up. Nice, dude. Those a certain way, and these a certain way. way is it on the body? So these are these not matching up because topology. What's going on? That. Okay. I think that's good. It looks like it's all matchy now. This. Blender question for you. Do you have a quest way, maybe best way, for recentering the view on your current active object? At the moment I'm setting cursor to active, then view, align, center, view to cursor. Are you referring to like when you're like working on something and it's kind of pivoting around something farther away, like the pivot of the camera rotation? Because if that is what you're referring to, what I do, let's say I'm working on something over here and yeah, exactly. Okay. Yeah. So like if I'm working on something kind of way off somewhere in a weird spot and it's like it's still trying to pivot around the gnome over there, makes it very difficult orbit around something off center. So what I do, I have a hotkey for F, and if F is my focus, it focuses on the object you have selected, and then you can just orbit around that object. So I can like quickly, and it also flies the camera to the location, so I can orbit around this now and go select on this cube. I hit F and now it flings me over there, and now I'm orbiting around this object. I don't know if that's a default thing. It's frame selected under view though. If you go down to view drop down in the object mode and then frame selected, that's the operation. I would make and what you can do, by the way, if you're not aware, if you right click this, change shortcut, you can make a shortcut like right here. You can do that for like all these operations and things, if you wanted to make a hotkey. But that's what I do. Yeah, I have like a bunch of like custom settings because I learned Maya, and then I got a job and they taught me Blender, but they all came from Maya as well. And so what I wound up with was like some really custom settings in Blender that mimic a lot of Maya stuff. It's like a weird hybrid of Maya and Blender stuff. So I like sometimes when I'm like trying to help people, I'm like, this is how it is for me. But yeah, I mean, so you said it, but that is the function anyway. Focus selected or whatever it's called, frame selected. Very helpful. I highly recommend that being a hotkey for you. Like I do Shift C and everything goes wonky because I have references out of frame. I don't even know what Alt C is or Shift C. I'm afraid to click it right now. I don't know what that is. Shift C, center, cursor, and all frame. Oh yeah, that's framing like everything. I think that's framing everything in into view, which is not what you want. That's like framing everything. That's not changing the pivot of the frame of the camera. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you get that, dude, all you need is frame selected, because what you can do is you can just you can have something off there, you click it and you jump over there, you can select this, fly over there, or you can select both of these and then it'll frame everything you have selected. So if you have like a bunch of shit and you want to zoom out or something, you select everything and then you frame select it, and it frames everything you have selected. So that's like a far superior operation in my opinion. Yeah. All right. That's right. I need to do this cape, I think, right? This looks good. Wonder if I should do anything about that. Neck popping up. This guy. Oh boy. Flat neck. Red blue thing also. If you don't already have a hotkey for this function, see if I can find it in here as well. I don't know where it would be because I just have a hotkey for it. Local view, Shift I. Here we go. Toggle local view. Under view, there's local view, and then toggle local view. Make a hotkey for this one as well, because what this one does is when I select something and I do, for me it's Shift I, it hides everything else and then it just shows me the one thing I have selected or the multiple things I have selected, like this. So it's really handy to just get everything else out of the way. It's not deleting, it's not hiding them, it's not like actually hiding them like in the hierarchy. It's just it's basically like an isolation view, and you just have the one hotkey and you can toggle between them. Very helpful. And then what's cool about this too, because it's not actually hiding stuff in the hierarchy, now that I have these two isolated, I can actually hide it in the hierarchy manually, and then I can even get rid of this if it's in my way, and then bring it back, you know, for whatever I'm doing. I don't know, it's just, that's a super helpful navigation thing there. Those are like the two main things. The main things of flying around Blender is getting shit out of the way and zoom into stuff you want to zoom to. Anyway though, oh yeah, this is what I was doing. So this is not quite flat. Could make it flat like that, and then I make this flat, that, and then I pull this down. Pull this up then, probably. I don't know. That's gonna be a big deal because yeah, stuff's gonna pop up there anyway. Oh, that's weird. I don't like that. Fixed alternate. That's going to be a problem, maybe. Sing, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Okay. I think we're getting close to done here, folks, with this. Just making sure stuff is nudged properly here. This out. Touch. Another look. These UVs are, I mean, these could be better, I think. Maybe. This one is just, because the neck is fucked. I mean, maybe what I should do is just have it clip like that or something. Maybe that's the way to go if I want to keep it how it be. Just going to be one of the quirks of the Gnome, I guess. Had it out for a few. Working on a tricky encounter setup. See you, Nicodemus. Thanks for hanging out, man. I think I'm getting close to both sort of being done with this and ready for snacks. You know what I mean? So the cool thing though is, as I have said, and ZBrush has said, this is like the final pass of all the character UVs and stuff. So we'll be finally done with all the stuff, and then like the gnomes are actually the last on the list here, I think, barring the NBC changes that need to be done, like the Ashira that I showed earlier. Those still need to be done, but those don't need to be done right away. So we will shortly be done with this, and that'll be great. We can move on to other stuff, and that'll be nice. I need to get back to, I was working on the deep gnomes. I need to finish those still. So now that the UVs are more final, I can fix up the UVs, any little UV bits I need to on them, and then I can continue on with texturing and such. All right, I think this is going to be as good as it's going to get. Like the line technically is up here for this. Okay, I moved it. Lizard folk next? Not next, but we're getting closer. We're getting closer to Lizard Day. Lizard Day is coming up quick. We're getting stuff moving for them. I would like to I might, next time I get a chance to chat with Sean, I might check in with him and be like, hey, what do we need to like get him on the website or something? I'm stoked to unveil more information now that there is more information to unveil. The lizards are coming. So this armpit area is just always going to be a bit wonky. I'm not even going to try very hard to do much there because it's just ain't gonna happen, buddies. Do they have British accents? Maybe we should write that into the lore. Oh man, if anything, they'd have Irish accents. You know what I mean? Nice red cloaks or painted scales. Irish lizards? I'm here for it. Yeah. I mean, they do dance, right? Oh my god, I'm just connecting all the dots. Wicca sloth, holy shit. Dude, they're lizards that like to dance and they like water. They fucking river dance, dude. Hell yeah. They would absolutely be Irish lizards. Holy crap. I'm gonna have to make a joke about that or something. I didn't connect the dots until you said it. That's chilling. The chilling a revelation. River dance animation. Lizards dance, but they wear pants. I mean, you need pants, otherwise you'll chafe. I don't understand the question. River Dance Mancer. Can we have Dancing Toothless back? Oh, I was maybe. I think I took it down because it was like getting flagged. Like the sound anyway was getting flagged, and I didn't want to deal with that all the time. Not that I don't think it even really matters, because like at least for the YouTube VODs, I don't think those are monetized anyway. I think it might impact the Twitch VODs, but I stopped publishing those anyway, at least for the time being. Because it's related to copyright and audio, my audio situation. But yeah.
I'd buy that for $1.
Maybe what I could do is try and get like, because I don't care too much about the stuff getting pinged on Twitch so much, because I can just do like the Twitch VOD audio thingamajigger. I'll figure something out. Yeah, we'll see. I'm not against bringing him back. He's cute. I like him. The lawyers are on my nuts about it. You know what I mean? Figuratively speaking.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
The band Thin Lizzy was from Dublin. All signs point to Ireland. Yes. So can we then deduce that lizard folk bards are confirmed? They are in fact Irish. You don't have to dance. You don't have to have music to dance. You don't have to have bards. And also you could say that maybe they kidnapped like an elf to play for them or something. That would also be their vibe. Or maybe they just like they play drums. I don't know. I'm not confirming anything. You're getting nothing out of me, sir. Gabby Ghoulish, thank you for the follow. I can go for some bard lizardmen on bagpipes. wonder if we get bagpipes to work with any of the existing animations. Or how that would work. This guy. All right, man. I think that's probably the best we can do. It's a little pinchy here, a little pinchy there, but that's kind of how we've set it up. It's just gonna do shit, and when you're like, it should be fine because when you're like, when you got your arms down and all that stuff, it's gonna get crunched anyway. So that's kind of how we've set it up. I don't know. I'm gonna roll with this and see how it looks anyway. I'm probably gonna have to do some other little adjustments. And definitely need to do a lot of fixing of it. You know, I just realized as well. Let me try and fix this helmet for this head. Recon Prism asks, okay, but what about deep dwarves with carved pipes? Can they be I don't think they could be bards though. Okay. World races. Deep gnomes, dwarves, deep dwarves. They can be clerics, elementalists, fighters, inquisitors, necromancer, paladin, shadow knight, and spellblade. Yeah, they're not on the list for bard. And I don't know that it would make sense or not. I mean, maybe they could be like dirges. It'd be kind of interesting if we had like another instrumental class that was in some way distinct from bards. That would be kind of interesting. Like if we had, because like in EQ2 they had troubadours and dirges, but they were essentially bard good, bard bad, and slightly different. I think all their stuff was pretty much the same. They just had like their buffs and debuff songs were just opposite, sort of. But it'd be interesting if there was like some idea we could come up with that kind of took that idea, but like rather than just doing sort of minor stat tweaks or something to the abilities, it was like more of a unique class. That'd be really cool. You know, what'd be really cool is if we came up with like a unique class that became like something people talk about when talking about other MMOs, like how Blood Mage comes up a lot from Vanguard. It'd be cool if we had something like that. Well, I don't know. Lizard beatboxer, I'm all on board. Gabby, we need that. We'll find some lore reason that like microphones work in the worlds just so they can beatbox. Maybe we'll get like a little It could be like a little tinkered. I mean, yeah, I almost slipped there. We should stop talking about lizards. You guys are gonna. He's gonna. I think some of that stuff I've already said though, but I'm just not gonna. Not even gonna. You guys are gonna trick me into saying things. In my opinion, every race should be able to learn to be a bard. Music is universal. Yeah, I guess, I mean, that makes sense to me, actually. I think, well, here's the thing though, Corvid. There's the difference between making music, which everyone should be able to do, and making, like, being bard with magical music stuff. I think there's a bit of a difference there. Because it's not like every doot and beat is like somehow magical. I think it's reasonable to say that everyone can make music, but not everyone can be a bard. Sure, but we don't have the difference at the moment. I mean, we could do some sort of Lord of the Rings-esque musicianship thing where everyone can beat boop and such. You can make anything work under the blanket statement of magic. It's a magic, yeah, it's one of those magic megaphones that you give your kids that has like all those doodads and stuff. Gabby says it would be kind of cool to build on the principle of the arts. The arts as spell casting, like bards bring, like maybe magic scribes who write words. It could, it'd look like Jamella's idol stance from D2 Act 4. Maybe be a control sort of thing like the Medicine Man in the Mononoke series. I don't know. It would be cool to see another kind of bard though. Yeah, I mean the one of the ideas that's been floated around is like a dancer. I think Lineage had like a dancer class that was kind of a bardish thing from what I understand. I didn't play that game myself, so I don't know. I don't have first-hand knowledge of all that jazz, but that's just what I've heard from folks who have. And that's one thing. That's kind of, I was sort of setting up the lizards to be sort of dancers. We wanted them to be. We wanted to do that. Not required. They're gonna dance either way. It was sort of a separate. There's separate reasoning behind that, anyway. But yeah. But I don't know. There could be there. It's something that like, if we kind of brainstormed it a bunch, there's no doubt there's like something we could do that'd be interesting and unique. It'd be cool. Okay, helm fixed, shawl fixed, cape fixed, body fixed. I did do all the mirrors for this guy, right? I fixed the foot. Let's take a look at the feet, actually. No, I didn't take a close look at that, and I know there was something weird about him. Yeah, look at that little lopsided bullshit right there.
He's having a stroke. What? I'm genius!
So did Star Wars Galaxies? Yeah, they had like it was an entertainer. What was that, like an adventure class, or was it like kind of a non-adventure role? Because I think that's this thing. That's a whole thing as well, and it could be cool to have like non-adventure roles, but I worry that that's not something that we've already baked in. Like it would have to be a big like addition in a big lump sum to do something like that, in my opinion. Like you can't just add one or two non-adventure roles just right before EA or something. I mean, we can, because fuck it, but I think that it would not be it'd be a bit of a disservice to the thing. Like, I think if we wanted to do something like that, we should commit to it and do a good job. So hours in PG. Oh, Project Gorgon. Didn't Project Gorgon have dancing buffs? I don't know. Wicca Sloth answers that for us with his outrageous amount of hours in that game. Okie dokie, guys. I'll save this. I'm struggling to think what else I could do here at this point. I guess maybe some of this needs to be adjusted now. I could just clip through. Probably, actually. I'll have to see. Could just leave it. Helm. All this other stuff is just animation doodads. Okay, gang. Yeah, I think we might be good with the gnome. I need to pop it in game then, and then see what kind of stuff I've ruined. But in terms of like UV fixes and model updates and those sorts of things, other than I'm not sure about cape or the shawl rather. That might be good. I think good, man. Good. So with that, I think that's going to be end of the stream for today. So let's see if anyone out there oh, I know what who we can raid. Can't wait to see the Irish bagpipe river dancing lizards. Hey man. So yeah, we're gonna raid out to Frankenbeans. If you guys want to hang out and say hey, that's cool. If not, I understand. Thank you for hanging out with me though. I appreciate you chilling and talking with me. Hopefully it was interesting and fun. Sorry I suck at up with chat, by the way, especially when I'm like focused on stuff. Just it ain't gonna happen, man. I'm just yeah. But yeah, we'll get this guy up and we'll see you guys next time. Probably do another stream in the near future, hopefully. Yeah. Thanks, class and cool, or classical. You're there. There you go. Classic EverQuest. Nicodemus, you're still there. I thought you left. Wicca Sloth. Red Built Blue Thing. Necrom. Thanks, everybody. Nell, thank you. Good night. All right.